Morning, all. Or evening.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Hugo and I'm calling you from Herbalife. Is Arnold Duku available?
Yeah, Hugo. How are you?
Fine, thank you. And how are you doing yourself, Arnold?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, the reason of my call is if you can give me 2 minutes to answer a satisfaction survey regarding your last call to Herbalife.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Arnold. As a friendly reminder, this call may be recorded and monitored for quality, training, and other purposes.
You may want to mute yourself, Arnold. a little bit of that in phase one, and then we'll move on to the phase two, phase three. Essentially, I think, that's what all the rapid application development and things that have evolved into to a certain point. So, I mean, at this point of time, there's different methodologies, different processes, different frameworks that people are using. So I think it's kind of like transitioned into a lot of different ways. Like we talked about, I think the connection to all of the discussion that we have had is about what methodology or what framework would you use for complex situations. Scrum is really good. When you have complex or complicated problems, Scrum works really well. And I think that has kind of evolved from the early 80s, 90s into today. And we're still not perfect, right? It's still going on. So that's how I would say things have evolved. Remember, this article was written in when? 1986? So it's still relevant as of today. A lot of people say, hey, I wasn't even born in 1986. And I joke about by saying I wasn't born in 1986 either. I mean, way before that. But essentially, I think, that's what Scrum is evolving. And Scrum wasn't even a part of that when the article was written. It was still evolving. So Scrum, the origins of Scrum are based on this article. But then early 1990s, 1994, that's when Scrum started evolving, and then the framework was created at that time. Yeah.
I did want to add one more thing because I noticed what you read, it was on the Harvard Business Review. I'm an avid Harvard Business Review person. I read multiple books. I will say this: I noticed yesterday there are a lot of people who don't have the Agile or Scrum experience. If you have a time, get a couple books from Harvard Business Review. They are really great. They help with people and personal skills and professional skills. You will not be missing anything. They're great.
Yes, and this is one of the reasons why I made sure that this article is so relevant for all the work that we are doing in the class. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Rodney, and we'll take it from there. All right, any other thoughts, anyone, on the new product development game?
I wanted to also mention with the whole the frameworks and the type A, type B, and type C. Also noticed with type C how when if you think about how they're going through the process of bringing everything along as they go and keep developing, that last lump on the picture and stuff was actually kind of it was just a normal hunch, and it wasn't actually stretched. It made me think about even with Scrum, it's kind of you're picking up around your house as you go, and then you're finally just taking the trash out when it's all done. And it's it's everything got pushed to that final end point, and it's not necessarily the big bang like the waterfall, but what it is it's accumulating and also adjusting. So if you're cleaning, you might be in the bedroom, and then you're oh, there's shoes in here. These go in the closet, and you're picking stuff up as you go, and then finally you're all right, let me just take trash out, and I'm done. So I also noticed that, and I can see how that's a lot more productive for development.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. How about the Dragon Boat Race? How many of you read that? Ali, your thoughts?
The Dragon Ball race was pretty interesting. One thing I noticed was it was very similar to a Scrum team. So you have two specific characters, one being the drummer, and then the other one being the steerer, the helmsman. And then, you have the paddlers, which are going to be the developers. So, working on a team, to achieve their goal and get first place in the race. So I've seen pretty interesting.
Now, what was your connection to the steerer and the drummer from a Scrum team perspective? Who's the drummer on a Scrum team?
The drummer, for me, I think would have been the product owner.
Okay.
Because, they're setting the pace, the thing, they're letting everybody know, how they should move. And then the steerer, is guiding the team, kind of like the Scrum Master.
Right. Yeah. I think, definitely, there's a lot of connections, right? This is like a 3,000-year-old boat race that originated in China. And, we are trying to connect to a 30-year-old Scrum So, I mean, obviously there's some metaphors that we could use, but thank you for that, Ali. Any other thoughts, anyone? Anyone thought differently?
I agreed with that, with the drummer being the product owner and the steerer being the scrum master. I thought that was the correlation I came to as well.
Okay. Anjali?
I actually thought the opposites. The drummer kind of considered the heartbeat, making sure that everyone's coordinating with one another, and like, you know, the actual work that's happening is like efficient. While the steerer is the one that knows more about the destination. I imagine that destination is a bit more like the product and goals. So
Yeah, I guess, there's, I think one of the activities that we did yesterday, like, I asked you to write down all the characteristics of a person that you admire. I think many of those things could be common to like the Scrum Master product owner, but I think you're right I mean, when I read that, I found that the Scrum Master is like the heartbeat of the team, and they are the ones who are creating that cadence or that syncing up with the team members, and they are providing that motivation by drumming and all of those things. And then the product owner is like that, or like we talked about, like the metaphor, like the car metaphor, right? We said Scrum Master is like the oil in the engine, making sure that everything runs smoothly, and the product owner is like the driver of a car. Just like that, the product owner is like the steerer of the boat in this situation. But yeah, I think there's no. I mean, this is just a metaphor, but lots of connections for everyone here. Awesome.
Raj, there's actually a statement. It says the steerer is also the person who calls the demands. And again, if you have a product owner, he's the one calling the shot, making sure that everything coming from the stakeholder is in the backlog as the demand that is coming through. So
yeah, absolutely. I think there's all these different connections for the sure. All right. Any other thoughts before we move on to our review on the retrospective? Okay. So retrospective, we talked about what are the things that you really liked or what worked well for you, and what are the things that we can do differently today to improve our experience. And somebody said that, I think Ben, I felt it was a good introduction to the topics today, ready to dig in tomorrow. Using Miro, know the product priorities at all times, working with teams to answer questions, breakout sessions. I understood the meaning of Scrum Master and something. Using Miro, team group worked well. Excuse me. Good team communication, peer interactions, good discussions, sessions, good analogies that helped with understanding the concept, interactive learning and breakout rooms, Picasso pictures. Sorry about that. Is that distracting or is it okay so far? Okay. Breakout rooms were really great interaction with the team. Picasso was helpful. Great participation. Very thorough and interactive. Breakout sessions. And somebody mentioned communication and coordination. Oh, there's more. Raj's teaching style, thank you. Miro is great, interactive, real life scenarios and examples, knowledge check activities, lots of images and visuals, analogies and visual aspects to help understand processes and concepts. Awesome. Looks like you're enjoying the interaction, all the different things and visual aids as well as learning opportunities for us to enhance our learning. So continue doing those things today as well. Yes? Okay, awesome. What are the things that we can do maybe differently? Nothing really, to be honest. This board takes a bit to navigate, but getting used to it now. Interval, little longer, less time to take dinner. First interval is so long and it is evening. Interval, little longer, less time. So you want less time looks like instead of 25 minutes, less time. I mean, I guess, I thought that, it'll fall somewhere in, depending on the time zones.
Maybe we can give the second interval longer, the first interval 10 minutes, Raj.
Why? Which time zone are you joining?
I'm
from?
in CST.
Oh, CST. That's why you
Yeah,
have.
that's right.
Yeah.
That is 6:30 p.m. for us.
Yeah, it's kind of like, tough to cater to everything. But we can do it this way. 15 minutes each break. Does that work for everyone? Instead of 25 minutes and 10 minutes?
Could we just do less breaks and then just like, I guess, like maybe 2 intermediates and then like 1 just bigger break in the middle? I wouldn't want necessarily more breaks. I would just want, I guess, more time and like a singular break.
All right. How many of you are good with that? Give me a thumbs up.
In other words, we close at 10 with short breaks, right? Is that what you're driving at, Devin?
No, well, what I'm saying is instead of like having 4 breaks or something, I'm saying we can have like 1 15-minute break and then like a break in the middle. It's like actually long enough for everybody to like eat dinner or whatever. And then like another 15-minute break, like, in between like the middle break and the last breaks. Maybe like 3 breaks total, two small breaks and like 1 actual like break. Like, if that makes sense.
That's what we did yesterday, but it was.
That's exactly what we did.
Well, no, I know, but I get that. But I'm saying he was saying 10 minutes. So all I'm saying is have, like change the times up, I guess. So like where the time's shorter for the smaller breaks and just a bigger middle break.
Raj, do you have the table to show us from yesterday on that break?
Yeah, I don't want to have too much of a discussion on this one. We would have to just go with what it is because everyone will have a different opinion about this and it's going to be hard. I know that I've done this many times in my life. So I feel like, I'll show you that pretty quickly at this point of time.
And then we just agree to it and we move on.
Yeah. So we said, this was the break time. So, I mean, we can do this. Does this work?
No.
Privately.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was more so envisioning.
How many of you like this? Give me a thumbs up. How many, if you don't like it, give me a thumbs down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right. I think looks like a lot of you have done that. And I know some of you who gave me a thumbs down. Sorry that, I think, it's kind of, maybe we'll follow that tomorrow if that's okay. And then this way, I think, everyone is happy. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah? Okay. People are like, I don't know. It's fine, whatever it is. Okay, so I might have to remember, what the breaks are. 7 o'clock, 8 minutes, 8 o'clock, 30 minutes. Okay, so that's somewhere in between and we can just get it done. And whenever we are done, we'll move forward. Yesterday, we talked about a couple of things. One was about the Scrum Master being the core competencies, right? Scrum Master is someone who is a teacher, someone who is a coach. Scrum Master is a mentor and a facilitator. So we also talked about the day in the life of a Scrum Master. So based on these 2 discussions, I want you to please do a quick activity on teaching, coaching, mentoring, and facilitating. So if you can see this, you see that what does a teacher do? When does a Scrum Master teach? And coaching, what does a coach do? What techniques could help resolve a challenge? Same thing with mentoring, who, when, and how. And also what, how, and when does a Scrum Master facilitate? So if you can kind of start off this conversation with what does a Scrum Master do from a teaching perspective, coaching perspective, mentoring perspective, facilitating perspective, think about all the theory that we discussed yesterday. Think about the 3 accountabilities that we talked about. And you also had some homework to talk about, and also the day in the life of a Scrum Master, so that we can continue our conversation beyond this, topic at this point of time. So that's what the ask is, and I'm going to take the liberty to kind of switch teams at this point of time. So this way, everyone will get different perspectives and talk to each other. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah. Okay. So let's do this, and for this activity, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. So where is everyone? Okay. So I guess looks like Arnold, can you make me the host? Somehow I think, when my internet dropped off and then you became the host. So I can't really open any breakout rooms.
Give me 1 second. I'm the host. Oh yeah. Raj Moore.
Click on my name and say.
Yeah, I already did.
Oh, you did. Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Now I can do the. Same automatically. All right. So just please remember your team number today, and I'm going to open all rooms and I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Any questions on this activity? Right.
Hello.
Good.
How y'all doing? Good. How are you?
Good.
Awesome. Hi guys.
Hello. So who wants to take the first one? Who wants to write on the board? And
I actually need to step away for like 2 seconds, so you guys can work. I'll be back in like a minute.
anyone wants to start working on this one? Who did not
I
get
guess you
yesterday?
would. You can take that, Payal.
Yeah, Payal, take the lead.
Okay, I can take it, but I got the chance yesterday, so wanted to do someone who really did not get it. Okay. So
We were all from different teams yesterday.
Yeah.
So what about the teaching part as a Scrum Master? What does the teacher do? What and when does the Scrum Master teach?
Like it teach agile, like during the team when it's starting, for example. Also teach like the core of Scrum, I believe. For example, let's say he works with a product owner, is gonna explain how to handle backlog at the very beginning.
Okay. Agile and core Scrum fundamentals, right?
Yeah, to different stakeholders in the Scrum team.
Okay. Anything else we can add?
Can we say the Scrum Master? Awesome point, by the way. Ines, is that how you say your name? Ines. Yeah, Ines. Yeah, awesome. So I'm Arnold. We can also say the Scrum Master is a teacher. In this case, they are bringing content, value, and they educate. In case the Scrum rules or the Agile Manifesto is being broken. In this way, they bring content and they remind the product owner and the development team what needs to be done in case they get out of hand.
I will say Scrum Master teaches when a Scrum Master ensures that the product owner knows how to arrange the product backlog to maximize value.
That's a great.
Okay.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I think that's
Makes
more
sense?
like what we said already.
No, we have to finish all 4. So we are still working on teaching, and then we will move to the next one. Help PO2, organize, backlog.
Yeah.
Backlog, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we also say they're a teacher because they remove mistakes? In this case, the right word would be impediments.
Yes. Helps to remove impediments.
Yep.
Can I offer a suggestion? Could we maybe like try to get maybe 2 to 3 sticky notes on each circle? We are kind of halfway through, so I think we kind of like move on to the other ones just so we have time to at least have something on the other options there.
Rodney.
Okay. As a coach, what does Scrum Master do? Helps.
They help motivate and encourage the team.
Encourage the team.
Yeah.
I would say where it says what techniques like can help resolve a challenge. I would say conflict resolution.
Okay.
Are they coaching during the daily scrum as well? They would probably, get updates and kind of guide the team on updates and pointing them to the right direction.
Yeah.
So we could say like support and encourage collaboration. As with what you said.
Encourage the team, I added, and I'll say motivate and encouragement is almost the same word. We can add one more thing. Conflict resolution, encouragement is coaching. What else we can add? There is one more.
Helping employees or stakeholders to understand and enact strong Scrum and empirical products development, I think.
Can we say he is managing, that comes under coach or no? Responsible for all time box activities?
Yeah.
Box activities, well, yeah.
Can we also say the Scrum Master is a coach in the sense of they find areas of improvements, in this case during the retrospective?
No, actually it's a teamwork. Retrospective is a team. He facilitated that. Okay, facilitate. He's facilitating that, but it's a team thing. Okay. Can we move to the next one?
Sure.
Okay. That is mentoring. How the mentoring, how the Scrum Master mentor.
I would say they educate on the principles of Scrum. You may have team members who may not be as familiar with the process, and they will educate on the proper steps.
Yes, that's the good one. I added that. Educate the principle of the Scrum. What else can be added here?
Facilitate training, leading by example.
can give the advice maybe as well to the team members when they lost.
Can you repeat it?
I said maybe a thing that it can just give advices when it's needed to.
Or we can say helping in guiding the people.
Yeah.
The same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, moving to the next one. Facilitating. How does a facilitator do? What, how, and when does a Scrum Master facilitate?
Scrum events such as sprint review or daily stand-ups or retrospectives.
All Scrum activities, we can say. Activities. And there are 5, there are 5 ceremonies, different 5 Scrum activities, right? That will be done by the Scrum Master. What else?
Understanding and practicing agility.
Okay, anything else? Stakeholders input. Whenever needed, because he is in touch with the stakeholder.
Yes, definitely stakeholder engagement. Yep.
For the log join, so we have about 26, 27, 28, I guess that includes, take out 4, we have 25, Sachin.
We have 25, right, Raj?
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, so a couple of them should join in. So
Okay.
We'll be trying to ask them to rejoin again through the link.
Okay, I think while in the meantime, we'll just go through this activity and exercise and hopefully they can join.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So looks like, a couple of them had difficulty joining in, so they're helping people to join the class. I don't know what happened.
Oh yeah, even I had a problem logging in when I was trying to log in, and then I had to restart my laptop, and then it just became fine.
Yeah, me too.
Oh.
Me too. Me too. I had a challenge. I'm trying to log in today.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I log in, it was giving me tomorrow's login.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
But just restart. That helps it.
Also, my brother is having a problem logging in right now. Also, he's trying to get that up. Right.
Okay. I think, they're trying to help, some of the folks.
Yeah. Refreshing your browser a couple times, I think, helps too.
Okay.
Thanks so
Awesome.
much for that.
Yeah. All right. So let's go through this activity here. What does a teacher do? Let's go to team 1. Teaching.
So the teaching wise, the Scrum Master helps to remove any impediments. Teach the Scrum team regarding the Agile and core Scrum fundamentals. Helps help to understand Agile Manifesto values and principles, and helps PO to organize the backlogs.
Awesome. I think, that's a great summary. A lot of things that they teach, from a teaching point of view, right? Mainly from teaching the team about the Scrum framework. So the fundamentals, like you mentioned here, and also teaching the team to be efficient, because those are some of the 2 core, I would say 2 important accountabilities of a Scrum Master. Awesome. Let's go to team 2. Do you have anything different?
Yeah, so we said that for being a teacher, it'd be someone for, let me move over here, teaching about the values and principles of Scrum. So for being a teacher, of course, someone has to have the understanding of it, or else it wouldn't be able to demonstrate it. Like someone like yourself, you have certification in the teaching of Scrum. So someone who's knowledgeable and someone who also kind of has a sense of understanding of the deeper sense, so that when they're explaining it, they have the ability to provide examples and explain the process in more than one way, so that everybody has an understanding and not one person's left in the dark.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for that, Michael. Let's go to team 3 for mentoring. Lots of stuff here. Team 3.
Didn't agree on a person, so folks feel free to chime in. But yeah, we talked about how mentoring is different than coaching and teaching, where you have to have that agreement between two people for that to happen first. It's not, you need to listen first. It's not just about talking. And you're providing guidance to that mentee, not direction. So it's just making sure that mentoring feels very protected and different from the other responsibilities of a Scrum Master. And they can mentor anyone on the team who requires it, whether that's ad hoc or regular one-on-one sessions.
Awesome. I think, you're absolutely right. Mentorship is more about semi-structured, but, it has to happen as an agreement between the two, mentor as well as mentee, to start off and say, hey, you know what? Does this work for us? What are some of the things that maybe sort of a working agreement to figure out why they want you to mentor them and how they can benefit from each other? So providing that guidance, not direction, I absolutely agree. Listening first, not just talking, listening first. I guess the same thing, but essentially more about listening, being silent, right? Listen and silent have the same letters jumbled up, but overall it's one way of doing that. Awesome, Anjali. Yeah.
Also, I want to just chime in. I think we forgot to put it on there, but we were also talking about how mentoring comes from experience and not like, being taught. So it's mostly just, I've experienced this and I want to just show you where I failed and things like that.
Yeah. In my experience, I've done this. You don't have to follow this, but then, you can benefit from it if you want to do it. But as a mentor, I'm also benefiting from learning from the mentee, because everyone has different perspectives. So fantastic. All right, let's go to team 1 for facilitating.
So for the facilitating, Scrum Master will facilitate 5 Scrum activities like daily Scrum, retrospective, then I forgot all 5 activities, but I know it's a 5. And then practicing the Scrum framework for all team, and getting the stakeholders' input wherever is needed.
Absolutely. Team 2, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so I would say that one thing also kind of like facilitating, like the dragon boat, the person in the back who's the kind of rudder in the sense of the dragon boat, it's kind of the same when it comes to facilitating, because they're not telling the team how to get there, but they're always kind of steering it in the direction they need to be in. And they're the one who kind of sets the environment, sets kind of the pace, because let's say if the dragon boat were to go too fast or to go too slow, they can kind of kick in the back gear, kind of move things a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think, for those of you, I just forgot, I know that looks like everyone has joined now. Sorry about the confusion, or maybe, you may have had some difficulty joining the class today, some of you. So, the one thing that we missed, or one thing that we did in the first 30 minutes of the class was we were talking about the Dragon Boat Race as well as the new product development game, the homework that I gave you yesterday. And once we finished that, we actually started doing the 4 core competencies of a Scrum Master. And that is something that we just completed this activity, and we are discussing that. So you didn't really miss a lot, obviously you just want to catch up, with your team members once you start, working on this. So from a facilitation point of view, I put together something called a power facilitation. Whenever you think about facilitation, we said that facilis in Latin means to make something easier or possible. Facile in Spanish means to make something easier or possible. Same thing. Now, a power facilitation is always look at, it's an acronym where P for purpose. What's the purpose of this event? What's the purpose of this activity? What's the purpose of this discussion? What's the purpose of your interaction? Anything and everything, always make sure as a facilitator, you're trying to figure out what that purpose is. Once you establish the purpose, it becomes easier for people to understand what it is. Also, focus on the outcome. As a facilitator, you're an unbiased person, and you want to make sure that what is the outcome that we are after. For example, if you're doing sprint planning and the Scrum Master is facilitating, or anyone who's facilitating that, if you're looking at the outcome, what should we get out of this meeting? You need to have a clear sprint backlog created and a sprint goal crafted before you end the sprint planning. So that's your positive outcome. Now, WIIFM, does anyone know what WIIFM means? WIIFM? What's in it for me? Anytime you do something, people are like, what's in it for me? Why do I need to go to this meeting? Will I be wasting my time? You need to look at WIIFM and also engage and entertain everyone's ideas. You need to make sure that you gather input from everybody who is involved in it. You don't want to miss anyone's input so you need to create that atmosphere for people to speak up. So also understand the roles and responsibilities of people to figure out why are they here? What is their role? What is their responsibility? So you can ask the right questions, ask some open-ended questions, ask some powerful questions to figure out what they're looking for. Not to bore you with any physics lecture here, but there's two lenses, right? Diverging lens and a converging lens. Your meetings are like this. It's almost like, when light rays fall on a diverging lens, light reflects in different directions. And that is called your diverging lens. Now, it's a good thing that, you are getting diverse ideas from people when you're in a meeting. Now, as a facilitator, you want to converge these ideas into a positive, productive outcome. So how do you do that? It kind of converges towards, and by the end of this meeting, if you're in a daily scrum, what's the daily plan for today? If you're in a sprint review, you're trying to figure out what was the outcome of the sprint and what is some of the feedback that we received, so you can put that into the product backlog. So all of these things are very, very important from a facilitation point of view. And I know that, we didn't really talk about this yesterday, so I just wanted to share that with all of you. Okay, let's go to team 3 for coaching.
Yeah, so we had listening first here as well, which is important. In order to coach, you kind of have to know how the team is feeling. Leading by example, so you can't tell everyone to do one thing, but you're not actually embodying those principles or that process. Encouraging the team instead of mandating. Implementing like a set of principles that the whole group decides to operate by, and making sure the team is aware of their goals and there's like a common goal there.
Yeah, that's a important thing, is what is the common goal, and also looking at showing them that mirror of accountability, right? A good coach helps you set goals, but they are not playing the game for you. Essentially, a coach is someone who is cheering you on from the stands. A coach is, not going to say, hey, you're not here for practice, but they will tell you the pros and cons of not doing some things and doing certain things. That's the most important thing, but they are not going to tell you what to do. It's more about helping you self-manage and become cross-functional, so that they craft or create that environment of cross-functionality, that learning environment, so that you learn from each other on the team. So more about empowerment, autonomy, and purpose that is needed for you to be successful in what you do. So that's what the coaching aspect of it is. Personal trainers, life strategy coaches, all these people do the same thing, which is, they're helping them. They're being their support system, but they are not telling you what to do. They are not playing the game, or they are not doing the work that you're doing. So they're there to motivate you, asking powerful questions, lots of different techniques that can be used to get them where they want to be. Yeah. All right. Any questions or any other comments on this activity? Lots of great stuff. Thank you for that. All right. So one additional thing that I'd like to, since we are in the same conversation, I think this may set our tone for what we need to do going forward. So what are some of the services by the Scrum Master to the product owner, to the organization, to the product, to these developers? So I have a checklist of all the things. I put it in the Google Drive as well. But look at this checklist of what does a Scrum Master do from an example checklist. How is my product owner doing? How can I serve the needs of my product owner? How is my team doing? How can I serve the needs of my team? How are our engineering practices doing? And also, how is the organization doing? So overall, Scrum Master is a servant leader. Essentially, in the 2017 Scrum Guide, they said Scrum Master is a servant leader. But they changed that wording to Scrum Masters are true leaders who serve the Scrum team and the larger organization. People who teach you, or who lead and help serve you, could be servant leaders. So I left this concept over here. Basically, it's a philosophy. So what's the definition of servant leadership? It's a philosophy or set of practices that enriches the lives of individuals, builds better organizations, and ultimately creates a more just, caring world. So the primary focus of a servant leader or a true leader is essentially the growth and well-being of the individuals and the communities that they serve. If you look at this lit candle, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others, like Mahatma Gandhi once mentioned. So it's more about helping people, right? It's not like some sort of a leadership style, but it's just a behavior that you adopt. So it's a way of behavior you adopt over the long term. So it's not something that you're born with this, right? You can actually adapt. So people like you and me, we could be, we could be naturally born leaders as well, but essentially we can adopt this kind of a behavior to help people. People first. I want to really serve the people. I think it's inherent in you to do that. So the natural way, it all starts with like, well, I want to help people. I want to serve the people first, and the conscious choice brings one to aspire to lead. So servant leadership is more about, well, you become the automatic choice of a leader for them because you have been helping with the communities. A lot of people are like that. So essentially, I want you to please put that in the chat. Think about a person that you admire. I think you already did that. Think about someone who meets this criteria or this definition. Right? So think about this. It could be somebody at your home, somebody from your work, somebody who's a political leader, somebody who's a religious leader, any of those people. Just put that in the chat. Who do you think is the servant leader that you like? You feel that are important? Sorry, just had to close the door. Narendra Modi, okay? Donna Rockmore. Awesome. Jesus Christ, yes, okay. Our agile coach at work, nice. My current Scrum Master, fantastic. Prophet Muhammad, Martin Luther King Jr., my old mentor, previous program manager. Wow, that's amazing. My dad, great. Prophet Muhammad, Jim John, a few things that I've missed. Raj Kasturi, I always get that one, So it could be like, a teacher, right? Obviously teachers, people in your community, like firefighters, doctors, could be any of those people. I'm really surprised that, nobody put one person put dad, but I think mom, grandmother is something that I always get as common. So essentially, that's what the servant leadership is all about. Now, you have to ask yourself this question as a servant leader. What kind of a difference are you making in your community, right? So when you start working either as a scrum master or, it doesn't really matter, you need to figure out if it is working for you or not. So ask yourself these questions from time to time. Is my team getting healthier? From a people and relationships point of view, in order for that to happen, what am I doing as a scrum master or as a leader? Did I create an environment of continuous improvements? Is my team getting wiser? How will they get wiser? Are they becoming cross-functional? Are they learning from each other? In order for that to happen, what did I do? Did I create an environment of continuous learning? Is my team getting freer? Decisions that are free from external control. We are making those decisions on our own. We have control over that. In order for that to happen, did I create an environment of innovation? Is my team self-managing? Dependence internally, not from outside. In order for that to happen, did I create an environment of empowerment, or did I empower people? I provided that autonomy for people to work with each other. So that's something that you need to ask yourself as a question, your questions from time to time to see how your leadership is actually working or not. And one of the things that the Scrum Master does to serve the needs of the developers, for example, somebody comes and changes the sprint goal. What do you do in that situation? Product owner adds work to you during the sprint. Is that okay? Stakeholders come to you directly and ask for help. What would you do in that situation? So as a Scrum Master, you want to protect the team, making sure that they don't get into that, like changing the goal, digressing from the goal, etc. So you want to protect your team. And that is the very most important thing that this Scrum Master does. What else do they do? Do they have a definition of done? Are they focused on the sprint goals? Are they experimenting with some new ideas? Are they, am I coaching them in cross-functionality, self-management? Lots of different things like, this. How many of you know what technical debt is? Yes, Anjali, do you mind giving us a quick summary of what you know about technical debt?
Happens a lot in organizations that are old or have a lot of history of doing something. There's often decisions that were made, years ago about how something should be built technically. And now years later, there's probably a more efficient, a better way to do that thing. But it's going to cost effort to actually make that transition. So the act of continuing to keep an old process when there's a better way to do things, and that's kind of the technical debt. And as a team, you try and balance that with further future development.
Yeah, excellent. I think that's a great summary. Thanks for that, Anjali. So technical debt, like Anjali mentioned, is a concept in software that reflects the implied cost of choosing an easier solution over a solution that might take longer. It could also be like, based on historical ways of working, right? There's like old technology versus a lot of different ways of doing certain things might cost that. It could also be something where somebody doesn't even care. They're just building something. They don't care. They're here to just collect their paycheck. If that is the attitude, then you might get into technical debt. For example, financial debt is like similar to technical debt. Reckless debt. Let's say somebody is charging on credit cards like crazy without even understanding, what the interest rates are going to be. And that's called reckless debt. In order for this to be avoided, you need to go into engineering practices to do that. Not all debt is bad. Prudent debt, like mortgage, is a good debt. The benefits outweigh the risks that you're taking to do that, because you have a roof over your head. And this is something that sometimes we prolong the decision making to a later time because this might be beneficial for you. I don't want you to, we don't want to make that decision now, but we'll fix it later. For now, we'll just do it. there's a workaround. That's something like that. There's another one called inadvertent debt, which is the last one, which is it's like almost like production defects. Nobody really knows why that's happening. Like stock market, right? It crashes, but it's a learning opportunity for us to learn from this and move forward. The impacts of technical debt are, increase in the cost because you have to redo or rework, lower quality of the product, loss of productivity because of all the work, the repetition of the work, and reduce business agility. For example, if you think about every sprint, this red part is the technical debt that you're accumulating. If you let go of it, if you don't work on some development practices or engineering practices, like code refactoring, pair programming, and also test-driven development, these are all the practices. But if you don't allow those things, what happens is it keeps increasing like a cloud. Every industry has its own practices. You just have to use those things to be benefiting from all the work that you do. So this is where the Scrum Master can help and say, hey, you know what? Let's just make sure that we don't accumulate technical debt, suggesting things to create that environment for people to work with each other. How do I serve the needs of my product owner? Well, product planning in an empirical environment is different. Unlike in traditional project management, it's different. How do we do that? How about product backlog management techniques? Hey, product owner, there's a technique called Moscow method. Must have, should have, could have, would have. How do you work with that? Sprint retrospectives, making sure that they understand the perspective of the developers, and the product owner understands the perspective of the developers, and everyone understands that. How do I coach my organization? Removal of impediments. Well, I think, I have external dependencies. I work in Scrum, but some other team uses traditional project management, or maybe somebody else is using test-driven development or Kanban. How do you work with them? How about multiple teams being shared, right? We have a lot of things going on, and you've seen like team members being shared on multiple teams. Research has proven over and over again that if you're working on 2 teams, you're only 80% productive. If you're working on 5 teams, you're basically 0% productive. You don't even know which team you belong to. And geographically distributed teams. All these teams are all over the place. My team is in the US and Canada, maybe in Australia, New Zealand, in India. How do you find that common time to work with each other? So essentially, impediments are things that are not allowing you to progress towards the goal, sprint goal or a product goal. So how do you ensure that these impediments are visible, making sure that you get the help of stakeholders if they need to? First of all, make them visible and work with the team, and then also use the right approach to solving those problems. Impediments are like mosquitoes. You squat one, 38 other appear from nowhere. So maybe you need to drain the swamp, right? Get to the root cause of the problem rather than trying to apply patches or trying to find a short-term solution. So always do some analysis, root cause analysis, get to the root cause to solve problems. So as a Scrum Master, you can do a lot to help the teams to resolve impediments, help them move forward. How is my organization doing? Coaching the organization. We're so used to hierarchical functional matrixed environments, right? Project management team, QA team, BA team, marketing team. Essentially, we are all going towards the people-oriented team, right? Cross-functional self-managing teams, small teams that can provide value, just like how we have been doing that. Agile is that mindset, and Scrum is that framework. You want to make sure that you use that mindset to solve problems and use the Scrum framework to efficiently solve problems. And that's what the Scrum Master is there to help the team reach those levels of performance to provide value to the customers. And that's the service to this product owner, the organization, as well as the developers. Any questions on this? All right. So now I think, let's just take our 8-minute break. So let's do the break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about artifacts in Scrum. Yeah? Okay. All right, welcome back. So right before the break, we were talking about the product backlog refinement, and then you started to do the simulation. And let's continue our conversation around the artifacts. And as you have seen, product backlog is everything to do with the product and its improvement is in the product backlog, and it is refined on an ongoing basis in an activity called product backlog refinement. You're just basically setting aside some time to refine your product backlog so we understand what we are going to be building and all of the details surrounding that, sizing the product backlog items, ordering the product backlog items, and all of those things. Now, during sprint planning, which is an event in Scrum, you have your sprint backlog created. The sprint backlog is a set of items that you select from the product backlog into the sprint backlog. And these are the things that you decide that you're going to get done during the sprint. And there's a clear sprint goal that is created so that everyone understands what is the common goal that we have during the sprint. And the team keeps this sprint backlog or the sprint goal in front of them or in their mind, always to make sure that this is what we need to accomplish and achieve. And every day, the team gets to inspect and adapt and how they're progressing towards the sprint goal by looking at it. And then during sprint review, they provide you opportunities to provide feedback from the customers, and then we do a sprint retrospective. And essentially, multiple increments may be created during the sprint. And if you were to think about the sprint backlog here, you look at this backlog, and let's say you selected one product backlog item. And let's take an e-commerce business example, like think Amazon, right? So one of the product backlog items was that the customer is able to do a search functionality or search for a product, but it's a simple search. But they wanted to find out about a possibility of searching for their products based on product category, as well as the pricing of the products that they are offered. So that's something that the customer has requested. So we are going to do that during the sprint. The second one is called the payment gateway using American Express. We have an opportunity to pay using MasterCard and Visa, but the customer wants to say, hey, can we also pay using American Express or maybe Venmo or PayPal or whatever it may be? So they said, well, let's just work on that. The third one is a functionality for shipping. We have a, sorry about that. We have a functionality that provides you where you can actually ship your products using UPS and USPS or local postal services, but we don't have an opportunity to ship our products using FedEx for international customers. So let's just add that opportunity. So these are the three product backlog items that have been selected, and each of these is the green blocks of the plan as to how you're going to accomplish the goal or these product backlog items. So the team can have multiple product backlog items that can be created, but the sprint backlog is essentially a set of product backlog items selected and moved into the sprint so that the team can start working on that. An example of a product backlog and a sprint backlog are basically here. As you can see, somebody wanted to create an app for COVID. So as you can see here, create a user ID for login and registration. The order is number 1 priority. The size is 3, and then option for Face ID registration. This is the second one, and then the size is 5. Registered user would be able to make a vaccine appointment. This is number 3 in order, and this is a 13, which is a big item for us to accomplish. So these are all the product backlog items, and this is the product backlog. But when during sprint planning, we create this sprint backlog, as you can see, there's only a few items, 1, 2, 3 items that are selected from this product backlog, and this is your sprint backlog. Simply, you're basically saying, this is how much work we can get done during the sprint, and these are the items that we're going to get done, and this is the order in which we have tried to accomplish that. So essentially, that's the sprint backlog. Basically, you're going to figure out and say, I'm going to deliver a small chunk of functionality during the sprint, and that becomes your sprint backlog. So to kind of like summarize our discussion or go a little bit deeper into sprint backlog, let's talk about how this sprint backlog is created. When is it created? What are the things that are involved in creating the sprint backlog? So during sprint planning, this is where we are planning for the sprint. And we said, well, let's just start thinking about what we can get done during the sprint. And let's say this is the product backlog. The product backlog in my house, the product owner said that we want to expand the living space in the house. We said, how do we do that? Essentially, our basement was not completed. So we said, let's just complete the construction of the basement in the house. So this is the product backlog. The product owner ordered it in priority order. We're going to install a sink and a shower and a tile and a toilet and a mirror, entertainment center, TV, game room, etc. Lots of different things. But essentially, if you look at this, it sounds like this is a bathroom, right? So we're going to build the bathroom in the basement. So these three topics are discussed during sprint planning. Why is this sprint valuable? The product owner comes prepared to the sprint planning saying, well, if we have this sprint completed, we may be able to entertain our guests with the extra bathroom that we have in our house. It'll be, not rushing for a bathroom, or people may not be able to, we will be able to use an extra bathroom. What are we going to get done during the sprint? We're going to get the bathroom construction completed, which means we're going to install a sink and a shower and a tile and a toilet and a mirror. How are we going to get the chosen work accomplished? This is the plan. Those green blocks that I showed you is where we're saying, well, how? We're going to install the sink. We are going to cut the tile and glue the tile and make sure that the water flows towards the drain, not away from the drain. So this is how we are going to get the work accomplished. So this is the plan. And then the goal for the sprint is complete the construction of the bathroom in the basement. That is the sprint goal. So all the things that you're going to get done during the sprint, a clear, cohesive, one-line statement, one paragraph, one word, whatever you want to mention that, and that is your sprint goal. Very clear, precise. It's not like, saying, I'm going to get all of these product backlog items done. That's not a goal. That's just a vague list. So you want to be very specific and clear. You should be able to show this to one of the customers or maybe our sponsors, and they should be able to say, oh yeah, I understand that. Because they may not understand if you tell them these are the product backlog items that we are working on. So a sprint backlog is basically a set of items that you selected during the sprint planning into the sprint, and it has a clear goal. And it is the characteristics, or it's a highly visible artifact, real-time snapshot of the work, which means throughout the sprint, we are using the sprint backlog to see how you're trending towards the completion of our goal. And also, it has just enough detail. Don't go crazy creating like hours and this person is going to work on this. None of those things, because Scrum is also founded on lean philosophy. Don't waste unnecessary time. Don't do unnecessary planning, and don't waste your time. Don't create that overburden on while you're doing this. So it's just enough detail. So these are the characteristics of a sprint backlog. And so basically that is essentially the sprint backlog, which is an artifact that is used during the sprint. Any questions?
What is a daily Scrum?
Well, we have to talk about that. Daily Scrum is an opportunity for the team to discuss how we are trending towards the completion of the goal that we have set during the sprint. And it's a meeting every day that happens for 15 minutes. But we're going to talk about, when we talk about events, we're going to talk about that for now. Just, one line answer is that we're going to do this. Yeah, Payal?
So basically the sprint backlog item is the smaller version of the product backlog, which smaller piece of the product backlog, which we are going to work on that particular sprint.
Correct. But then you don't call them as sprint backlog items, you call them as product backlog items. There's no word called sprint backlog items. Even though these product backlog items are in a sprint, they're still called product backlog items. There's no such thing as sprint backlog items. Yeah?
So how like they are, like, I'm confused about this too. So how we are making the new sprint backlog items, that will be depend on the product backlog, right? Suppose the making a sync. So we will divide the sync into the different tasks, and all that task will come under the sprint backlog, right?
Correct, but a sync is the product backlog item, and whatever you need to install the sync, those are all that's your plan as to how to install your sync, and that's it. There's no such thing as no different terminology used as sprint backlog items, like you said. Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of rules around the sprint backlog, and the rules are essentially once you have a commitment, you want to make sure that you meet your commitment, and you want to not deviate from your goal. The developers keep this goal in their mind throughout the sprint so that they can meet their commitments and deliver value to the customer. Let's say one of the sprint goals was to run a 5K race. And the team starts running the 5K race, and in the middle of the sprint, somebody comes sprinting towards you, pun intended, and they basically say that, hey, can you please stop? Can you please swim the English Channel? As a developer, what would be your answer?
Can you what?
You're running a 5K race, and in the middle of the sprint, a sponsor comes and asks you that, can you swim the English Channel instead of running the 5K race? What would be the answer?
I would say no.
I need to be asked.
Go ahead, Devin.
Develop. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, it's a little lag. I would say that I could do that after I finish my sprint, or my marathon.
Okay.
I would say, oh, go ahead, Erica.
I was going to say it just depends on what it is and where we are, because we may have to put it at the end of the sprint based on what kind of impact it's going to have on the work we have already allotted. So it's going to vary.
Okay.
I would say, well, being a little Scrum taught on YouTube, I saw a question like this, and they give the answer as if it's not as of importance, it can always wait until we do another sprint.
Okay, but who is making those decisions?
I don't know.
I thought the developer, because he has to do the work.
Well, I would say,
if it was brought
probably
to
the
the
PO.
developer, I would think the developer would work with the product owner and put that item on the backlog. And then once they do backlog refinement, they would then set priority for that new item. But you wouldn't start that new thing in the middle of the sprint.
What if the PO also has made like commitments to his customers to have something done at a certain time? Then that would be kind of priority over everything.
I would also say the goal of the Scrum Master is to make sure that the product owner. I mean, I wouldn't really facilitate that. What word do I use? I wouldn't really say that this person, the product owner or the development team, is going to make the decision who's going to do that, because as a Scrum Master, I would know that I'm the one who is in charge to make sure that the product owner and the development team agree on the same. They're on the same page.
Okay, so I think the short answer here is, if the developer is asked, can you please swim the English Channel? The developer has some commitments. They are working towards a sprint goal. They are in the middle of a sprint. So the answer should be, well, that's a great idea, but can you please talk to the product owner? Because the product owner is the person who is making those decisions about the product. So essentially that's the answer. Or, we can say, well, we can work on the product backlog, or maybe we can work on in the upcoming sprints whenever the product owner makes that decision. So it's typically those things. And there may be other scenarios as we go through where, maybe what's the importance? Maybe somebody said that, this is really, really important. And those kinds of decisions are separate. But I think, when a developer is asked, they are busy. doing their work. So they need to kind of like say, hey, you know what? I think we'll take direction from the product owner, not from everyone. So that's the answer. Yes, Fabio?
Yeah, I just wonder if, so agile teams are supposed to be like customer centric. And if the customer comes in the middle of the sprint and says, you know what, I'm tired of running. I want you to go swimming now. Like, we are working for the customer. If the customer changes his mind, well, wouldn't we then stop running and go swimming because the customer doesn't want us to run anymore, right?
Okay, I mean, if that is the case, then next sprint they'll come to you and then say, instead of doing this, can you please run a triathlon? And then, after like the next sprint, they'll come back and say, well, I think I've changed direction. Can you just go walking for like the next 100 miles? Oh, I think I changed my mind. If it keeps happening, would you trust your customer, or do you understand, what they're actually really looking for? Right? So
which is why you have to have detail in the backlog and transparency.
Correct. So this is the reason why we have that. And also, there's only not one customer, right? You might have multiple stakeholders. What if we are already working on something that the customer has asked for, and in this sprint we are working for this particular customer, working on, like I have one of the sponsors, that was their goal, and the product owner said that this needs to be worked on. So you have to be very I think let the product owner make that decision. I think in those situations, it's all about the product owner. But if the product owner also keeps changing their mind constantly and becomes a puppet product owner, what happens to the team? The team loses trust in the product owner. Hey, why are we doing this planning? Why do we have a goal? Why are we not following a goal? These things can kind of lose trust amongst the team members. So that's one of the reasons why our commitments are very important. We just had a sprint planning. Why are we changing this in 2 days? Yes, we are agile, but that does not mean that we can do whatever we want. We are flexible. So if we keep doing that, we are fragile, we are agile. You don't want to be doing that. You want to make sure that there's rules around the game. Everyone who plays the game, we all follow the same rules. It's not like, somebody else has a different rule. And I think, so whoever mentioned about transparency, that's a very important aspect of it. Transparency is very, very important. That is the reason why we have something called a product backlog, and we need to follow that. But there's sometimes, hey, the cost, there's like, Amazon is down. Let's say, you're working for Amazon and Amazon website is completely down. You cannot really say, hey, can you please make sure that the Amazon website is up and running? No. We have a goal that we are working on. We can't be doing that, right? You can't do. So it all depends on the context that we have. But I think, it's being flexible is one thing, but we are flexible, but not to the extent of the upcoming sprints, but not all the time. Yes, we are customer centric, but there's some rules around that, and the customer is aware of that, and the Scrum Master can educate them, the pros and cons of the situations that you are in. Sometimes the team might say, well, I think, that makes sense. The product owner might say, well, I think, we are open. Maybe we may not be able to accomplish the goal that we currently have set. We'll probably have to do it in the future. But for now, we'll honor your request. All depends on the context and the situation that you're in, for sure. Yeah. But typical answer is, let the product owner make that decision. Typically, let's just finish the goal, because the risk is only for reduced to that 2 weeks or the 3 weeks or the sprint length that you're following. Good, everyone? All right. So maybe somebody mentioned, I think the developers are responsible for the sprint backlog. Absolutely, you're right. So which means that as long as you don't endanger the sprint goal, the developers can do whatever is necessary to meet the sprint goal. So, for example, you're adding a test case to fulfill a test criteria. You're working for an application, reporting application. Now, by adding a test case, am I endangering the sprint goal in any way? Because they just added that. That's okay. They're making sure that the testing is done properly. They're changing a quarterly report by sort order by alpha. By adding this little feature, are they endangering the sprint goal of the reporting app in any way? No. So you're adding a column, you're removing a middle name column. All of these things are absolutely important for for the team to do that. But the developers are in charge of the sprint backlog. They own the sprint backlog. product owner owns the product backlog, sprint backlog is owned by the developers. So let's do another thing. I mean, the good news for all of you is my work is completed. So all of you are invited to come to my party tomorrow after the class is done. So I'm going to send my private jet to all of you. Please make sure that you hop on that private jet and come and party in my basement. All right, so we were planning on serving some drinks, appetizers, food, and desserts. So the sprint goal is party at Raj's house, eat, drink, and be merry. That's our goal. Okay, so we were planning on serving some drinks, and I was planning on making some Long Island iced teas. How many of you know what those are? Yeah, essentially lots of alcohol in there, right? So we said, somebody said, I don't drink alcohol. So we said, oh, so I modified this drink to normal, non-alcoholic iced tea. By doing that, am I endangering the sprint goal of having any fun, or quality goals are decreasing in any way by doing this? Not really. We're going to still have fun at the party, right? Lots of other drinks that we can enjoy. Somebody said I'm vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian and I'm gluten-free. Okay, so we added a vegetarian gluten-free dish, and also we removed an appetizer because there's too much food. By removing an appetizer and adding a food item, are we endangering the sprint goal in any way? Not really. So as long as you don't endanger the sprint goal and the quality goals should not decrease, you are okay as a developer to make those decisions. And that's the way it works in Scrum. What is missing at the party?
People.
Music.
Music is missing. Music. Okay. So what I was planning on doing was games, music, yeah, some entertainment, right? I was planning on inviting Beyonce to perform at the party. Any Beyonce fans here? Maybe not. What are the chances that Beyonce will come and perform at the party tomorrow? Everyone is saying
that depends on your budget for the party.
Yeah. Hey, I own a private jet, so which means maybe I can afford that. No. I think we may be blowing it out of proportion, the budget. So essentially, I think that may be something that the team needs to make a decision. So you have to be like in a reasonable situation to understand what can be done, what cannot be done, and the team can make those decisions, but within reason, right? So how about this? How about we play a playlist of Beyonce songs in the basement? Does that work? Yeah. There's no budget involved. I think we can just come up with a playlist and enjoy the music instead of live performance here. So this is the reason why the sprint goal is intentionally kept at a high level, and you don't want to be too specific sometimes, saying party at Raj's house, drink like Long Island iced teas, and also invite Beyonce to perform at the party. No, it should be more about eat, drink, and be merry, so that it's kind of intentionally, flexible for the team to make those kinds of decisions. That's what the sprint backlog is all about. Any questions? All right. So let's do a quick.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The party at your house, is that the sprint goal, or is the drink, appetizer, food the goal?
My goal is the party at my house.
Okay, it all makes sense. That's all. I just need to know that.
Sure. So let's do a quick knowledge check on sprint backlog, and then we'll actually start some other work. Sprint backlog is composed of a sprint goal, a set of product backlog items selected for the sprint, as well as an actionable plan for delivering the increment. Correct. The sprint backlog is a plan by and for the developers. Correct. The sprint goal is created during sprint planning and then added to the sprint backlog. Correct. Sprint backlog is a highly visible real-time picture of the work that the developers plan to accomplish during the sprint in order to achieve the sprint goal. Correct. The sprint backlog should be transparent and visible. Also correct. Awesome. Any questions? All right. So that is the sprint backlog. And when is our break? I think it's at 9:30 or something like that, right? I just want to check because I forgot. I think we're doing it differently today. I think we just got back like at around 8:30, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So 9:30 is our break. So we have a few more minutes to talk about a couple of concepts here. So we talked about the sprint backlog. We talked about the product backlog, and what we deliver to the customer is called an increment. So an increment is the value that you're delivering to the customer. It could be a service, it could be a product, it could be a software product, it could be anything, but all it matters is that we are delivering value, and this is something that the customer is able to start using it. It should be valuable to the customer. Whatever you deliver incrementally, iteratively, is something that the customer is able to use it. So what is an increment? An increment is basically a concrete stepping stone towards the product goal. We have a product goal. Like, for example, my product goal could be completed in the construction of the basement, right? That is something there, but then I'm going to deliver something every sprint, maybe a bathroom, maybe a bedroom, maybe a bar, maybe a family room. All of these things are short-term goals and sprint goals that can be accomplished towards the larger goal called the product goal. So each increment is additive to all the prior increments and thoroughly verified, ensuring that all increments work together. So when you deliver that value, it's called an increment. Let's say I have an e-commerce website. We talked about that. That e-commerce website, that multiple features, functionality has been delivered. That's called an increment. And then on top of it, I added the search functionality by essentially the advanced search functionality that we talked about using product category as well as the pricing of the product. Together, they're called an increment. And I also add another piece of functionality or another increment, and that is called the payment gateway using American Express. Still called an increment. On top of it, I have a shipping functionality using FedEx. That's called an increment. So multiple increments may be created throughout the sprint, and each of these things are thoroughly verified, ensuring that they all work together. You cannot really say, well, it's going to work in the next sprint, or maybe we'll just release it later on. It must be usable, and it must be it must provide value to the customer. So multiple increments may be created within a sprint, and the sum of the increments is presented with the sprint review, thus supporting empiricism. So throughout the sprint, you're delivering value to your customer. You don't have to wait for the end of the sprint to deliver that. You're not getting permission from your stakeholder sponsors to say, can I release it to you? Now, who makes those decisions in Scrum as to what to deliver, when to deliver, whether to deliver or not during the sprint?
The developers.
Try another one.
The PO.
The product owner. Excellent. Yeah. So developers are building this, but the ultimate decision as to whether to deliver it or not is the product owner. They make those decisions because that's the person who makes the ultimate decisions with the product owner. Product owner. I own the product and I make the decisions about the product. But I collaborate with the developers. Now, the sum of these increments is presented at the sprint review, thus supporting empiricism. However, an increment may be delivered to the stakeholders prior to the end of the sprint, and the sprint review should never be considered a gate to releasing value. Should never be considered as a gate or an approval of some sort by the stakeholder sponsors, because those decisions are left up to the product owner. Everyone must respect those decisions by the product owner, and work cannot be considered a part of that increment unless it meets something called a definition of done, which is a criteria, quality criteria that we define for the product. Yes, Fabio, question.
The sprint goal and the increment, They sound quite similar. They seem to have a lot of overlap.
So
Is
the
that
wording
true, or-
the wording may be simple, but complete the construction of the bathroom in my basement. That is the sprint goal. When you deliver that bathroom, the physical bathroom when it is constructed, that is called the increment. The sprint goal is the wording that describes what you're going to deliver, and what you deliver to the customer is called the increment.
So the sprint goal is basically the description of the increment.
Correct. Description.
Yeah, okay.
And it must meet some the quality criteria called definition of done. We must all agree to something called a definition of done. We are defining that before we start doing that sprint. And that is the definition of done, which we are going to talk about in a minute here. But any questions on the increment?
So multiple increments make up the product goal.
Correct. At the end, multiple increments can also make up the sprint goal too.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So definition of done is the formal description of the state of the increment when it meets the quality measures required for the product. It's a shared understanding of what it means for the work to be complete by the team. So definition of done is the quality criteria. It could be a checklist of items, and the definition of done is created even before you start sprint number 1. And the definition of done can be enhanced as you go through multiple sprints, and you can say, hey, you know what, we forgot to do this, let's add to this going forward. So basically it's just making sure that we all agree to the definition of done, and we meet the quality criteria that is defined in the definition of done. Any questions on that? Let's take an example of a real world software example, and then we'll talk about a non-software example as well. So the definition of done that we crafted for our software product is, it has these 20 items. But when I first started the definition of done, we had only 12 items in there. As we found out more information, we added more to it. But for example, we said all acceptance tests must pass, unit testing done, unit tests must be automated, functional testing done, 0 severity 1 or severity 2 defects, code review done, and then we said stage-like testing done, security testing done, live-like testing done, product owner approved the item, and this was what our definition of done was. Your definition of done, it could be completely different. Even within your organization, you might have 3 different teams having 3 different definitions of done, and it's okay. That's exactly what it should be. The definition of done is crafted by the Scrum team. The Scrum Master may facilitate crafting that definition of done. The developers are providing ideas on the definition of done. Product owner is also participating in creating the definition of done. Now, if you find some new information as you're going through your sprints, you might enhance your definition of done during your sprint retrospective. So for example, we had a sprint review completed, and in one of those areas where somebody said, hey, you know what, your product doesn't work well on Firefox. It works okay on Chrome, but it doesn't work on Firefox. Any Firefox users still? Yeah, a few of people still use, right? So we completely forgot about testing it on Firefox. So we said, oh, what is happening? So we said, well, we must look at all different browsers. So we added saying browser compatibility testing done. That means we are going to make sure that it's compatible with all different browsers that are out there in the market. Now, we also, one customer said, well, your product doesn't work well on iPads. It works on all different Apple products. It doesn't work on iPad. So we said OS compatibility testing done was something that was added. So as you find some new information, you can enhance your definition of done. It's almost like, a metaphor that I'd like to use here is, when I go to the gym, let's say I do a bench press. Let's say I do 100 pounds and I do, number of reps and number of sets. But next time when I go to the gym, I don't want to plateau. So what do? I either add more weights, I do more reps or more sets. Your definition of done should be something like that. You need to make the quality criteria even more robust You want to add more stringent quality criteria because quality is key. When you deliver something to the customer, they must feel like, wow, that is fantastic. I love this product. This is what the definition of done is helpful for you to define the quality criteria. When I deliver it to the customer, it should meet these criteria that I have. That's what DOD is all about. Yes, Fabio, you had a question or was that answered?
No, that was answered. Thank you.
Okay, sure. All right, so let's take any questions on this?
I think Michael has his hands up.
Oh yeah, Michael.
So then when does it stop, the definition of done? If it's constantly having to adapt, look back on it, and having to think about how can it be integrated, when does someone say, you know, this, you know, there's no more we can do, like it's perfect in a sense?
I doubt like there's something called perfection because things might change, right? You know, we are in sprint number 31, but we found out something is going on really well. In my experience, you know, in my personal experience, right? When we first started working on a product and then the first went on to 30, sprint number 33. Oh, we forgot to do this. One time we actually got through a lot of sprints, but then there was a performance problem because the website was not performing well because it's been so old and they had a lot of technical debt in it. So we said, well, let's just add some performance testing to be done and automated testing to be done. So it's never ending in the sense, but it could be at some point, it could be a little less than more frequently being added. It all depends on your own experience and your product. So there's no exact answer to that, but I think in my experience, that's what we found out. Yeah. All right. So you remember my son with the diamond ring yesterday while we were talking about the sprint, the commitment, right? So the product owner at home wanted him to do his own laundry. And he said, okay, you know, I'll try and do my laundry. How many of you do laundry at home? Fantastic. I think, you know, even I do my laundry at home. So I learned a few things about laundry as well. In the meantime, so my son, who was 13 or 14 at that time, he wanted to do his laundry. So we taught him how to do his laundry. We said, hey, you know what? You need to first wash your clothes, put the right fabric detergent, pre-treat the stains, set the washer temperature, load the, once the clothes are washed, load the dryer, set the dryer temperature, start it, and when the clothes are done, you know, this is how your laundry is, completed. And he said, well, I know how to do my laundry now. I got this now. So the first time when he did his laundry, he followed all of these steps and then he dried his clothes and the clothes were sitting in the dryer. And I was doing some work outside and I came in and I saw his clothes were in the dryer, completely dry. And I asked him a question, are you done with your laundry? And he said, all done, Dad. Now help me understand, is he done? No? What else needs to happen?
Folding and putting in the room.
Folding and putting it in the room. Okay. We said, hey, you know what? You need to fold your laundry. Make sure that you put it in your laundry basket. Take it to your room and put it upstairs in your room. He said, I got it now. So the next time when he did his laundry, he followed all of these steps and he went and he folded the clothes. He put it in the laundry basket and he took it to his room upstairs and he put it on his bed. Is it done? Stacy says no.
Yeah.
No, he needs to put it inside of the shelf.
Inside wherever the closet it is, right? Now, why is this misunderstanding happen? Payal said, put it in his room. Well, in his room meant wherever in my room, I will put it there. So the definition of done must be very clear and everyone must have the same understanding. And it can happen to team members, right? One of the developers is, testing something and they might say that they are done. But maybe a performance tester might think of it differently. So you all must have that same definition of done. I used to have the same problem. When I was in college, I never cared about laundry. I used to clearly take my clothes directly from the dryer and used to go to college. But after I got married, obviously for matrimonial harmony, I wanted to make sure that I meet the definition of done that my product owner had mentioned in there. So it all depends on that, but you have to make sure that, the clothes go in the closet, the t-shirts go here, socks go here, whatever it is, right? You need to do that. And you can also expand on the definition of done. One time, my son had his, band concert where he had to iron his clothes, white shirt and slacks and stuff like that. Then we expanded on the definition of done. And we said, for special events, probably you need to do this. So all of that, it all depends on your product, your team, and your definition of that. Yes, Michael.
From when he's going through the process, would one of the processes be checking for error? Like if his sock shrunk or if something changed the color, would that be part of that process?
Absolutely. Yeah. You want to make sure that the clothes must smell fresh. Or if some of them are shrunk or something like that, what would you do in that situation? All of those things can be added to that. Yes. But make sure that you don't do specific things, but more on the goal level, increment level, not at the task level or something like that, saying that it must be more at the increment level. When the increment is released, this is what we are talking about. Definition of done. Yeah. Awesome. Any other questions?
Not a question, just a comment. Definition of done sounds an awful lot like requirements, like traditional set of requirements that is in the agile spirit constantly evolving as we learn more about the problem that we're dealing with.
No, requirements are basically, requirements could be anything, right? Requirements could be, I want you to build me something, I want you to do something, and those kinds of things. But definition of done is more specific to the increment and the quality criteria that needs to meet when the product increment is completed, it must meet the quality criteria. That's specific. Okay.
Raj, how does that differentiate from acceptance criteria?
Yeah, excellent question. So acceptance criteria is something that is done when many times, people use acceptance criteria for your user stories. User stories are not a part of Scrum. User stories come from extreme programming. And when you're writing it from the user's perspective, you're writing those things, but you're also calling acceptance criteria. So when you think about the acceptance criteria, it is specific to that particular product backlog item, not for the increment. I'll give you an example. So when you think about this acceptance criteria here, right? For example, I am creating a user ID for login and registration. Creating a user ID for login and registration, the acceptance criteria for that particular product backlog item is it should have a username. It should accept a username, and the password should have a capital letter, a number, and a special character. That is an acceptance criteria. Now, the definition of done, we said that when this is created, it must be tested in multiple environments. It must meet all of those things. It must meet our definition of done. So that's the difference between the acceptance criteria. Okay. Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Are you ready to do a quick knowledge check on increment and definition of done? Okay. An increment is a concrete stepping stone towards the product goal. Correct. Multiple increments may be created within a sprint. Correct. An increment may be delivered to stakeholders prior to the end of the sprint. Correct. Because you can deliver whenever it is done. You don't have to wait until the end of the sprint. The moment a product backlog item meets its definition of done, an increment is created or is born. Correct. the developers are required to conform to the definition of done. Correct. All right, questions? All right. So that is about the increment and the definition of done. That is time for us to celebrate. Can you tell me why or ask me why? I think let me do the celebration. It's been a while since we celebrated. Any ideas?
Near to finishing the course.
Well, I think, we have tomorrow. Yeah, finish the 3 artifacts is the right answer. Correct. We finished the 3 artifacts. But actually, we are also continuing to work on the artifacts because we have to really create a sprint backlog and a sprint goal during our simulation. So we still have a little bit of work to do. But, let's talk about the other things like, events in Scrum. Once we talk about events in Scrum, then we'll revisit our product backlog, refine it, and then start talking about other things. So before, actually, before we even talk about the events in Scrum, I want you to do, let's go back to our simulation, and I want you to do the activity number 2 for your product backlog. So remember, you talked about creating this product backlog. You came up with a product idea. Then you are doing this refining of the product backlog. Identify any dependencies that you may have. Order or reorder your product backlog items. Size the product backlog items either using t-shirt sizing or Fibonacci sequence, whichever you want to use. Totally okay with that. And you don't have to do the entire product backlog. Just like in the real world, you may be able to do a few things. That is okay. If you can get to all of those things, that's also okay. Though no restrictions. Take your time to do this, but at least do 3 or 4 product backlog items so that we can get ready for sprint planning. Any questions on this? Also, make sure that you put your product backlog very clearly, order it, and size it so that we all have a good idea about what those items are. Yeah. All right. For this, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. All right. Hello.
Hello, everyone. We are back. Refine your product backlog.
Okay. You guys can start discussing about the sprint backlog. Meantime, I am adding the product backlog in our team page. Theo, can you start with the sprint backlog?
So are we doing a sprint backlog or are we refining the product backlog? Oh, it is a sprint backlog.
Yeah, I think we're refining, so, I don't have a list of the items that we included on the.
Yeah, I
That's-
think
that's-
we should.
I already
That's what
started.
he's putting out there.
I'm putting it, so.
By Allah, you think it would be easier if you just said what they were before writing them, because that will steal a lot of our 10
Okay,
minutes.
so the first is user registration, second is registering item for sale, third is search functionality, four is checking buyer's authenticity, fifth is demographic settings, six is filter functionality, seven is shopping cart, and eight is payment option.
That's it.
I think maybe we could focus only on the first one, as it actually requires quite a lot of tasks just within the user registration.
Yes.
Yeah.
For, I don't know, like, I was just thinking about the dependencies. I reckon it's just taking, like, what are the things we need to create this as well? Like, as in maybe the backend and the database. But I'm not sure this is what
What
is.
type of login they need to create?
Creating a user registration UI, that will be the first, and then second will be the storing the data into the DB.
Yeah.
So for creating the user registration, we have to have in the Sprint backlog, username and ID and password, right?
Yeah,
Would be
create.
the first one.
Yes.
So use a profile page then to enter everything.
So it's create a user profile page.
Mhm.
And establish, did we already say establish login credentials?
So as in like in the database, you mean?
Oh, okay.
Like the database configuration, maybe? And then if we have a database, then we need an endpoint in the backend. So backend integration, which is also a dependency. I don't know if it's, is that right?
Yes, that is mapping. You mean to say the UI to DB mapping?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's, yeah.
Because when they log in, it's gonna have to map to something.
So under the sprint planning, the first is user interface for registration page, right? Data storage, what is it then? Data storage. Third one was the mapping UI and DB.
That's the backend integration, whatever, actually, we can
Yes.
say that, fine.
The fourth one, anything in mind is like, but we need to be very specific about the sprint planning, okay? Because sprint planning is more detailed. This is a high level. This is a really high level. Like user interface for registration page should require the user ID, what like the acceptance criteria, what it's required, user ID, password.
Your valid email address.
email, or like business name, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That can be anything. It's nothing predefined. You can design your product your own way. Like what can be what can be added.
Right.
So, and then each field should have the certain restrictions, like user ID should be email of the user. Password contains at least one special character.
I feel.
Yeah.
Is that for the acceptance criteria?
Yes.
Because I feel like maybe acceptance criteria might be like, in order to register on the register like page.
Yes.
Or just to log in, they must have a valid address email that would be like accepted and a secure password. Or they should know the password. Like basically, we should be able. Maybe that would be more the acceptance criteria rather than like having a form where they have to put their name in email and password would be just like a task within the product backlog item. Maybe I'm not sure actually.
Yes, so if you can see the Miro, I just added the user ID should be email of the user, password this under the AC, that is called acceptance criteria. And for the second point, we can add the acceptance criteria is what kind of DB we want. Like we want the SQL Server, we want the Oracle, and that can be added as a type of the DB, right?
Yes.
Then under the mapping UI and DB, we can map the column to field mappings. And we can add more details about it. But that's not, we cannot do it right now, but we can add that more details. Okay. So this is, we can say one of the sprint planning, we can achieve some of the goals from this in the one of our sprint, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think Arnold, as you are the PO, you might have to show this as to like how we are going to achieve this thing in that particular sprint and why we are selecting why this is the high priority for this particular sprint. That I think you have to explain. Everything.
Go to team one now. Team one, can you please summarize your discussion?
Sure. So in our sprint planning, we came up with a few points here. So we're gonna use the interface for registration, user ID and password. Then we can have a business. Then we can have we can discuss about a business name, and then decide whether we're gonna do. We're gonna create an user ID through email. Set a password for that. Whether we're gonna have data storage. Plan the mapping columns, and yeah, that's it.
Now, when you say sprint planning, what does that mean?
What do you mean?
We are refining our product backlog, right?
No, I think we are taking the product backlog as the user registration as the first item in the backlog, and then we're breaking it down to a sprint planning for having those items listed as the task that needs to be taking place.
No, that's not done during sprint. I mean, basically, we haven't talked about sprint planning. We are not planning for a sprint. We're just refining our product backlog from product backlog refinement perspective, which is an activity that we are doing here. So which means that the activity number 2 here is refining your product backlog, identify dependencies, order these items, size the product backlog items, and all of those things, not for planning. Planning is a separate event altogether, but we're getting ready for sprint planning, but not actually planning it during this activity. Yeah. But overall, I think you just did, hopefully you just did only sprint product backlog refinement. So you probably got into acceptance criteria and all of those things, which are not a part of that. Again, Scrum doesn't really talk about acceptance criteria because they are not a part of Scrum, because they come from user stories. Yeah. But I think, it's a good learning experience for us to figure out. Awesome. Let's go to team 2.
Yeah, so that was me. We've got some things on the sticky there, product refinement. So basically, we were just going through what we put on the backlog previously and just looking at adding to that and then kind of reordering it. So what we decided on was that the market research activities needed to be carried out and could possibly be like the next piece so that we can then guide the development further based on the market need. Set up the actual e-commerce platform. So in our scenario, we were looking at a subscription model for Target. So basically setting up the actual structure of the e-commerce site and creating that subscription backend, that sort of thing. Confirming all the policies like refund policies and all the delivery stuff. Just making sure all that policy and the documentation is right and customer facing. And then kind of going into a launch. So promoting and marketing, like how are we going to get our customers to actually know about the subscription model? And then how do we promote it, whether it's emails or billboard or TV or whatever that might be. And then actually starting to take orders through the subscription model and the product. So fulfilling orders and making sure that things are running smoothly once the product is live.
Okay.
So yeah, basically in a nutshell, we just looked at what we'd had on the list before and then we put them in order and tried to just define them a little bit. We didn't kind of get to the sizing part, but we're sort of on the right track.
Okay. Now, one thing that, it could be the same team doing certain things, but many organizations, you see that doing market research or need for that, and those kinds of things are done sometimes with different teams, not just one team doing the e-commerce platform, marketing and policy changes and promotion of these marketing. It could be a lot one team could be doing. So typically, I think, you might find like maybe 5 different teams that are working towards this, because Scrum team is a small team doing it, and you might feed off of each other to kind of work on that product. So that's a possibility as well. But I just wanted to point that out. Many times, we take on too much work to start working on it, and that's possible. Many organizations might have a very lean, small team, and you probably will do it all, and that's okay too. But just saying that normally in large organizations, you see that some of these things are done by multiple different teams. But great job on this refinement here so far.
Yeah, our company was based on Target, so I'm sure they have a marketing department could help us out.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. All right, let's go to team 3. Thanks for that, Ben, and team 2.
Okay, so for team 3, we basically did the Fibonacci sizing. So we asked our developers, based off of the product backlog, how much effort and what's the sizing of all of it. So we've come up with 3 of them being 13. So first is whether or not it's weatherproof. Second would be the audios and having the multilingual function. And then the third is to program it to have a defense mechanism.
Awesome. I think these are all, different product backlog items. You sized it and it's ordered. And, at this point of time, this is the current state of your product backlog. So when you go into sprint planning, things might change, things might be reordered. All of those things are okay, but you get one last opportunity, even during sprint planning, that you might say, oh, I know we need to add this, we need to remove this, we need to refine this. Those things are all still possible, but you set aside this time to specifically do your product backlog refinement the way that you have just done. But awesome, thank you for that, Winona and Team 3. All right, so any questions on this? Okay, so you don't plan for your sprint during refinement, because planning is done only once for that particular sprint. And that is the first thing that happens during your sprint. So we'll talk about events and planning and all the other events and what's the purpose, who does what in each of those events, and what happens in those events. All of that discussion should happen now. Based on what I'm seeing here today, I think we are heading in the right direction, which means we are actually ahead of our schedule. So we will basically complete that sprint. We'll talk about the overview of the events in Scrum. Then we'll talk about sprint planning, and we'll just do sprint planning simulation, and then we are done at that point of time. Yeah. So let's take our last break of the day or night, and let's just take 8 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll finish up. Yeah. refinement, and you have done that. And now we are trying to get ready to sprint planning, or we're going to plan for our sprint. There's events in Scrum that provide you that opportunity to inspect and adapt something. It's all about empiricism. Transparency of the artifacts is very important. So we have our artifacts that are transparent. Transparency enables inspection. Inspection enables adaptation. And that's what we are going to do, is to constantly adapt to new situations, new things that are happening. And that's the opportunity for the Scrum team to have these events. Events provide you that opportunity and cadence to do that. So what I have done is I created a Scrum events flip chart that provides all the information about the overview of the events in Scrum. What is the purpose of each of these events? Who are the participants that are required? What's the timing? And what's the maximum recommended time box for each of these events? And I also created another flip chart for sprint planning, daily Scrum, sprint review, retrospective. Who does what in each of these things? What does the Scrum Master do? What does the product owner do? What do the devs do during these events? So just as a one-stop shopping for you, while you're taking the test, this may be something you can go directly to so that you don't have to do a Control F on the Scrum guide to find some information. Here it is, right in one place. So what are events? Events provide you that formal opportunity to inspect and adapt your artifacts. And they are designed to enable transparency. They create regularity and minimize the need for other meetings that are not defined in Scrum. So if you do these events, that's more than enough for you, because you're basically focusing on your work and not necessary to go to other meetings that are not defined here. How many of you go to meetings that you feel like, why am I here? Why am I wasting my time? Yeah, many times that happens, right? That's because we are just going there for the sake of going. I don't know who invited me. I don't understand what am I contributing to this. These things can happen. And essentially, this is something that you want to look at, and Scrum events provide you that regularity. And we also time box these events. Time boxing is a concept in Scrum where you allot a fixed amount of time for these events so that you keep it lean. You don't want to generate unnecessary waste because you're focusing on lean philosophy here. So the benefits of time boxing, if you allot a fixed amount of time, is it forces prioritization, improves predictability, limits the tendency to procrastinate, and increases your productivity. Does anyone know what a Pomodoro technique is? Yes, Fabio?
So that's 25 minutes of work and 5 minutes of a break.
Yeah, essentially, you set aside 25 minutes, or sometimes people do 20 minutes, sometimes people do 45 minutes. It doesn't really matter. But what you're doing is you're setting aside some time, you're allotting a fixed amount of time, you take a break, and if you need more time, you do another time box, and you keep doing that. So this actually is staying focused on doing something. Lots of students do this to do some, studying, right? So I'll set aside a timer. It's basically the Pomodoro is like either an Italian tomato or a Spanish tomato. It's a kitchen timer. And the timer goes down, click, 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 click. You say 45 minutes, it just goes up to 0. The way that I put the timer on the Miro board. Now, how many of you have done this during your product, when you're doing your activities in Zoom breakout sessions, where you look at the timer and you go, oh, we have 2 minutes left. Can we put quickly our notes? Who is going to be the spokesperson? Did anyone do that? Or were you thinking about that? Yes? Yeah, why did that happen? Because humans are good at this. We figure out and say, well, I think, let's just do this. So essentially, sprint itself is like the heart of Scrum. Remember, we said it's a calendar event. It's a time where you are saying that you are doing your work. And essentially, the entire Scrum team is participating during a sprint. It all starts with the time box and ends with the time box, where it starts on some particular day and ends. It's 1 month or less for a maximum time box. Usually, sometimes, how many of you have seen, what's the maximum length? Not maximum, but I guess, what's the length of the sprint that you follow in your organization? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? not 2 weeks. Yes, I mean, a lot of people are starting to, 4 weeks is also possible, but a lot of teams are starting to do 2 weeks nowadays, and that's okay. So it all starts on a specific day and ends on a specific day. For example, if you start a sprint on a Monday and you're doing 2 week sprints, the following Friday is your last day of the sprint. And then you follow immediately with the new sprint, following up soon after that sprint ends. So it's just constant. It just provides you that rhythm and cadence for you to do your work. What day is the most popular day to start your sprint? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Probably Monday.
Monday, okay. Any other?
My experience Friday.
Yours on Friday? Okay. Any other? Wednesday? Couple of you? Okay. Yeah, there's no some specific thing or recommendation from a Scrum guide perspective, but it depends on what you want to do. My preference is always been either a Wednesday, start my sprint on a Wednesday and end it on a Tuesday, or start my sprint on a Thursday and end it on a Wednesday. When do national holidays typically fall on? Mondays and Fridays, right? So it's kind of annoying, like you have to change your planning, your other things. So essentially, I think, these things work really well. When do you normally have Monday morning blues? Anyone? Sunday nights? So essentially, to avoid all of these things, it's better to just kind of ease into the week, especially after you come back from vacation, right? Why do you have to unnecessarily hurry? It's a Scrum team that is working together as a team. So it gives you that opportunity. First thing that happens during a sprint, not before the sprint. As soon as the sprint starts, sprint planning initiates the sprint. You're laying out a plan for the sprint, and your subject matter experts that can be invited, they can be invited, but it's mainly the developers, the product owner, and the Scrum Master, essentially the Scrum team. It's the beginning of the sprint. It initiates the sprint. It's 8 hours for a 1 month sprint, usually shorter for shorter sprints, which means I normally do like 4 hours or 3.5 hours for a 2 week sprint. Every day during sprint planning, remember we said the why and the what and the how, those topics are discussed, and you create a sprint backlog and a clear sprint goal. Once you have that, you have doing your work, you start doing your work, and every day you do something called a daily Scrum. Same time, same place. You are inspecting progress towards that sprint goal that you crafted during sprint planning, and you're adapting the sprint backlog every single day as necessary to see how you can accomplish your work. It's for the developers and by the developers. It happens daily, and it's for 15 minutes. And it's not for problem solving. And then every day that happens, and then maybe you might have delivered multiple multiple increments. And last day, typically you have your sprint review. The purpose of the sprint review is to inspect the outcome of the sprint and determine future adaptations. You got feedback from your customers, stakeholders, sponsors, everyone, and then put that feedback into the product backlog. It's the second to the last event in sprint, 4 hours for a 1 month sprint, usually shorter for shorter sprints. So it's for the product or the product increment that you are delivered to the customers. And last thing that happens is the sprint retrospective. And you're planning ways to improve the quality and effectiveness of the team. It's by the Scrum team. And the sprint retrospective concludes the sprint is 3 hours for a 1 month sprint, usually shorter for shorter sprints. The sprint ends, the next sprint starts. The sprint ends, the next sprint starts. But every sprint, you must do one sprint planning, and every day daily Scrum. Sprint review happens at the end, and then sprint retrospective also happens at the end, which is the last event in Scrum. So these are the overview of this is the overview of all the events that happen in the Scrum. In Scrum, from an events point of view. Any questions at a high level?
So the
We're going
the Scrum
to deeper
Master,
into each of these things as we go through. But for now, yeah, go ahead, Arnold.
Roger. So the Scrum Master doesn't have to be in the daily Scrum meeting.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the Scrum Master ensures that this event takes place and it is positive, productive, and they teach it to keep it within the time box, they're good. They're not typically actively participating in the daily Scrum, but normally I would see a Scrum Master help either facilitate or listen in for impediments and help the team move in the right direction. Now, I also mentioned about these 4 events and who does what in each of these events. So the first thing that happens is your sprint planning. Plans are useless. Planning is indispensable. You're not going to have a perfect plan, but before you go into your sprint planning, you're accepting uncertainty, ambiguity, complexity. All of these things are okay because there's no such thing as perfect plan. Plans are useless. Planning is indispensable. It's impossible to have a perfect plan. But essentially, during sprint planning, these are the 3 topics that are discussed. Why is the sprint valuable? Now, the product owner comes prepared with the utility value that this sprint will bring if these items are done during the product backlog, which means one of the things that is necessary as an input for the sprint planning is the product backlog that is refined, sized appropriately, and ordered according to the wish of the product owner. Now, the second discussion is what are we going to get done during the sprint? The developers pull each item into the sprint backlog, discuss as to what we are going to get done and how we are going to get the chosen work accomplished. So they create a sprint backlog and they have a clear sprint goal. So the 3 elements that we talked about was the sprint goal, the product backlog items that are selected, and a plan for how to deliver these things. Now here, shower, sink, tile, toilet, which means to complete the bathroom construction in the basement. Now, we also need a couple of other information that might be helpful to have an effective sprint planning. That is past performance. Past performance means how much work did we do in the past, or what did we do? How much did we accomplish? As a guideline, just to kind of use it based on other information like upcoming capacity, definition of done, which means past performance is I don't go too deep into unnecessary things like people talk about velocity, people talk about all of those things. But I would just say use the gauge of number of product backlog items. The number of product backlog items is more than enough for you to do that. And this way, it will allow you to talk about all the things that need to be accomplished, and past performance will give you that information. What is the upcoming capacity? Capacity means the time that is allotted or time that we have. Let's say you're doing 2-week sprints. How many hours is that? 80 hours, right? Are all 80 hours productive time? Not really. So do you have product like sprint planning, daily scrum, sprint review, sprint retrospective, product backlog refinement? All of these things take time. You're not doing actual work. So remove that time. Let's say you have 15 hours that you spend every sprint for that time, which means 80 minus 15 is 65 hours of each member's capacity. Now, somebody might say, well, I have a vacation coming up. I'm on PTO. I have an appointment that I cannot miss next Friday. All of these things are taken into consideration to come up with the capacity of the team. Now, for example, if you have 800 hours, I just made that simple math, 80 times 10 team members, Scrum team members are 10 or less, right? 650, after you remove the 150 hours for your events, then maybe PTO, etc. is removed. You might have 575 hours of the team. That is what you're going to use. But this is not exactly like trying to figure out how many hours does each person have, because that's an overkill. Don't do those kinds of things. But just use all of these things essentially to make sure that you come up with a plan, the overall big plan, but not like, individual accomplishments. Don't do things like, I'm assigning my work to myself. It's going to take me 2 hours to finish this work, 5 hours to finish that work. Useless activity, right? Because you have your commitment and work on that commitment. The other disadvantage of assigning yourself that work is people will tend to focus on their own specialty and start doing their work. That impedes cross-functionality. Remember, Anjali had that question about what would happen if a specialist were to do that work. Then the problem is that we tend to go back in our silos, and I don't want to do that individual accomplishment. It's about team and learning. We want to learn from each other. And this is the reason why Scrum is a pull system also. The developers pull these items in the order that the product owner has defined for us, not a push system. Somebody is not assigning work to you. Scrum Master is not your boss. Product owner is not your boss. Everyone is doing work. They are all pulling that work and getting that work accomplished. So that's how I would look at it. So it's a team activity. It's a collaborative discussion. And then the developers figure out how much work they can get done. Nobody can tell them, okay, you have to do more work. The Scrum Master, in fact, protects the Scrum team from taking on too much work. If they start taking too much work, then the Scrum Master may say, are you sure? Mirror of accountability without telling them. Because last sprint, you have done 7 items. Now you're taking 11 items. I just want to make sure that you're okay. If they become complacent, the Scrum Master also mentions that, hey, last time you did 10 items, now you're taking 2 items. What happened? Are you okay? I mean, we have all the same capacity, the number of people using the time. So why are we doing that? So these are the kinds of things that the Scrum Master is always there to coach you, teach you, mentor you, facilitate, and all of those things that we discussed at the beginning of the class. So the most important thing is to have a sprint goal finalized before the end of the sprint planning. Some examples of sprint goals are set up an online sale for Cyber Monday, extend new business by 5% to Asia Pacifics, enable credit card payment to international customers. Whatever is that specific sprint goal you're defining, that is very, very important. So, yeah, it doesn't matter whether those numbers are equal or not equal. It just only gives you a ballpark, and there's no such thing as perfection. We just use that as a guideline to say, there may be a small item, there may be an extra small item, there may be an extra large item, and those things are taken into consideration and not necessary. And then sometimes people use velocity. But again, why go through all of those things like story points and things like that? I mean, Scrum doesn't really restrict you from doing that, but I refrain from using those things because my number is fairly simple. I just have to meet my sprint goal. That's my commitment. So why waste activities that are useless? Because as soon as you start putting these numbers, people tend to go into this habit of, oh, I have only 2 hours to finish my work. Management or bosses or people will start asking questions. Why are you not done? I gave you got 40 hours to finish it. Why were you not done? And when you work in an empirical environment, you don't know what you don't know. The solution is evolving. Every day, you're finding out something new about the service or the product or what you're delivering and developing. So I would just use those ballpark numbers. So there's no exact science or anything like that. The reasoning is more about values and about the way that the team needs to operate. Yeah? Yes, Fabio?
You mentioned a couple of times that you would advise against working with specialists. But I don't quite agree with that, because isn't it more effective for a team to learn from a specialist and then establish that learning as in a cross-functional way, as opposed to one person of the team going away and learning something in a very long time that someone already knows?
I exactly mentioned what you said, the latter part of it. I didn't mean to say that we do not want specialists on the team. What I'm saying is we may have specialists, but then the team needs to learn from those specialists and become cross-functional. That's the ultimate goal, is the team to self-manage and become cross-functional. The Scrum Master should create that opportunity to learn from each other. And this is one of the reasons why I do not want to go into individual personalized accomplishments, right? A specialist might say, well, I always would like to do this, but a specialist should also learn from something. For example, if I'm a Java specialist doing programming in Java, I would probably want to learn how my QA engineer tests my code. This way, I can step in, I can stand in for others when they are not there. Same thing with the specialist, right? If I know a little bit about Java programming, maybe even though they are a specialist, I might say, hey, you know what? My specialist Java programmer is off for 2 weeks. Now you can't stop any work at that point of time. Maybe I can step in and do some work so that, the work continues and moves on, and we all become a learning team rather than just kind of like depend. We are mutually accountable, but you're also mutually dependable in this case. Yeah. They should get to that point, but there's no end for that destination. Is not like perfection, right? But we just learn from each other because we just become a hyper performing team, and that's the idea here. Yeah, exactly. T-shaped skills are more about like the term T, the letter T, right? Depth of skills is more important, but you're broadening your horizon by learning from each other. Yes, Anjali.
So one of the main benefits of knowing your velocity is being able to being able to communicate sort of future timelines back to your customer. So your customer might say, hey, when do you think we can expect this feature? If it's not in the current sprint, if you don't have velocity, you have a very challenging time to communicate something accurate back to your customer. So I wonder, like, what is your solution if you're not using velocity?
I mean, my solution is obviously just the number of product backlog items that I have completed. How many times have you accurately predicted your velocity and you said this time I had completed historically 35 story points, and in the next couple of sprints we are going to get into 70 story points, and we'll be done by the end of second sprint or the third sprint. It's when you work,
and that's a reality that we have to do, though. Like in the environment I work in, we have to say that, and we do. So it's not that it's not challenging, but I'm just saying it's
right. Yeah, I mean, I think if that works for you, that's fine. But my personal opinion is that I think it kind of creates that unnecessary, like confusion and things like that. So I mean, the product owner may communicate this information via a roadmap or certain things, but we are always working on the highest priority product backlog item, right? So that's the idea here. In Scrum, it's not about like deadlines and when can you get it done and those kinds of things. It's more about value that we are delivering. Always we are providing value for the customer, what they were asked for. So velocity, these numbers and those things really don't make a difference. I mean, even those number of product backlog items, what's the guarantee, right? There's no guarantee that it's, like you said, they are not created equal. So what's the point? But it just gives you a general idea for the Scrum team. And it also depends on the definition of done, your capacity of the team, because every sprint, you're not going to have the exact time, right? Sometimes you have holidays, sometimes you have different people working on different things. A lot of different parameters that go into it that are unknowns in those situations. So, but again, I think, if that works for you in your organization, people are happy with that, absolutely, not a problem. But yes, but you agree that we do have challenges, right? In my entire experience, the challenges were like, I thought that I'd be done by this, whatever it is, right? But then the goal is not about the deadline and the number. The goal is about the sprint goal that needs to be accomplished. The focus should be more on the goal rather than individual accomplishments or certain things. So there's no heroes in Scrum. There's no zeros in Scrum. We are all equal, right? We all fail together or we succeed together. But awesome, great discussion. Any other questions on sprint planning?
Not about sprint planning, but just the notion that everyone is equal. It feels like the product owner still has more say than developers. Like the product owner is estimating and prioritizing the backlog, and he's just deciding when the release goes out. And it kind of
is the product owner estimating?
I mean, I guess the product owner would go to the developers and ask, how long does it take you to do that? So he would go, well, the essential estimation is provided by the developers.
So the product owner, just to kind of clarify, right? All of that is happening in a collaborative session during product backlog refinement. The product owner is not asking that question of how long does it take for you? If is the developers all asking clarifying questions? So the accountabilities and responsibilities are very clear in Scrum, what we discussed yesterday, right? I'm accountable for the product delivery, but I'm also responsible for certain things. Like as a product owner, I'm responsible for the product backlog, its order, and its clarity. But the developers are also responsible for estimating the product backlog items. And the Scrum Master is helping them estimate those product backlog items and making sure that everyone is focused on delivering that. So there's no such thing as, when I say equal, you might have, you have your own accountabilities, the team of 10, right? All 10 fingers are not the same. I mean, they're not equal, but essentially, I think, we are all together working as a team to accomplish that. You have your specific accountabilities and specific responsibilities. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. All right, ready to do sprint planning? Simulation? Yes? Okay. So now you have your product backlog, and that is refined. And I think, it is as almost like you're ready to do your sprint planning. So what I want you to do is to create a sprint backlog. Okay, where is that? So I want you to simulate a sprint planning session. I want you to select some product backlog items from the product backlog into your sprint backlog and figure out how much work you can get done. Because you don't have any historical data, make assumptions. Well, say, I have done 3 product backlog items last time, or we have completed 15 story points. Whatever that you want to use that number, whatever you are comfortable with, and then craft a sprint goal. I'm more interested in your sprint goal than you're decomposing these items into smaller units. Even if you do that, don't go into hours and say, well, it's going to take me 2.5 hours, it's going to take me 7 hours, and don't assign work to yourself, because that should automatically happen or organically happen by the Scrum team, so that every day they can collaborate and figure out what the plan is going to be. Yeah. So that is this sprint planning. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes for this activity. Yeah. Any questions? Excuse me. Okay. Backlog rooms. Erica, which team were you on?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. So looks like in the last activity we were doing sprint planning instead of the product refinement.
So do we want to talk about what our goal would be for this sprint?
Yes.
So since we kind of already started planning a sprint, I don't know where that went.
Okay.
Okay, I see it now.
But is anyone else here has anything to say? Can we quickly give the points to our product backlog.
So what's our defined goal for the sprint?
Sorry?
So one of the things that we need to come up with, it says craft a sprint goal. So we need to clearly state what our goal is for this sprint. I'm assuming it would be something around, the goal would be to create a user interface for a registration page. That's what we're trying to accomplish in this sprint. So that would probably be our sprint goal.
Yes.
They can easily create accounts or log in into their accounts. And sure.
Okay. Anyone would like to edit the things, whatever we written before?
What was that? Sorry.
Can you edit the thing, which we put before, like in a sprint planning, right? Just, as a goal, what can be put over there?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So it looks like we already kind of have the sprint. Hold on, just a second. So let me come up. So we already have the item from the product backlog. Now it's in our sprint backlog. So the only thing that we would need to do now is clearly state what our goal is for the sprint.
So goal, can we write like this, creating a user interface for registration?
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's exactly what I was trying to get at. That works. It's perfect.
And how we are going to do it will come over then, right?
I don't know. I feel like maybe for the goal, it should be like customer centric, as in like by creating a user interface for registration. What's the goal? It's to make it easier for like the customer to create an account. So that's the question I'm gonna ask the teacher maybe, because I'm not sure indeed if that's your approach, whether like it's what we're gonna do or is it like what we are planning to achieve for the customers to.
I think sprint planning is the thing which we will do in that particular sprint. That is what my understanding is. I
will ask. That's okay. I think that works.
I think it can be simpler than that because, there's still another reason why we're doing this. And the reason why is for the customer to buy the product. So that's the main reason. And then for them to be able to buy the product, they have to then make the user interface, or the account, and then to, be able to sign up and have the creation of user ID, password, and everything else.
I'm really confused here.
Can we make
The
it?
question says, select a product backlog item. So we are only selecting one item from the backlog, right?
Yes, that is the
And
creation
then,
of user registration page, right?
correct.
And then what's the goal that we're trying to accomplish by creating this registration page? And the goal
Creating itself is a goal for that particular sprint.
Enable users to register accounts and like maybe set up their profile securely and something like that. But anyway, that's what we said already, more or less.
Can we say something like common, like to allow the end user to get the product.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty common. I mean, it covers everything we were trying to explain. Yeah, allow the end user to search the product.
I think that's too wide. Like if you're doing one thing in one specific goal, like the broad goal is what you said, but what said Ronnie, it's more specific in that works out for this product backlog item, because what you're talking about is about all the product itself.
Oh.
While here is focusing on one product backlog item, which is enabling the customer to create a profile. So that's.
I think in the previous activity, whatever we have done, if you can see the sticky note under the team one, that was the thing which we should do in this one. Like the goal is creating a user interface for registration, and for the sprint planning, decompose the item, not the sprint planning. That's the wrong word, right? Good times. Decompose the item in any other word. What is the word for that?
Can you repeat that?
Smaller task, you can say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see.
Are you guys able to see?
I just made one like quickly. If you want to say more, like in details for you, Arnold. Like when.
You read it because I went the other time.
But you're the product owner.
Oh.
But why don't you feel like reading it? Because I'm the Scrum Master, so I must understand why.
I mean,
Good one.
So you suppose like to say basically you understand what we're doing, like the front end changes, for example, as in like to enable the Spring goal.
Ines, just read it. I'm not confident with it yet. Just read it.
All right, looks like a lot of good activity was going on during sprint planning. Let's go to team one and talk about what did you do? What is your goal? Just give us an idea of your discussion.
So I'm a bad Scrum Master because I didn't manage to make the product owner speak for this topic. So yeah, we just so the product backlog item is the user registration and profile setup, basically. So the Spring goal would be like create a user interface for registration. So enable the user to register account and set up a profile. And an example of task, because we've done several, but we've done like one more specific would be, for example, on the front end, like create a registration form with name, email, and password. And implement client-side form validation, which is actually the front end for the customers to enter the information. And then another task would be develop a user profile page layout with like additional information fields eventually. And if you would like, we didn't really talk into that, but just an example out of 10, that would be a 4, like a force 4. That's for the time, but again, we haven't talked about it, so let's forget about these 4 points. Yes, that's it as an example.
Yeah, I think looks like it's something more meaningful in the sense you pulled items that you think that you can finish during a sprint. The goal is clear, creating a user interface for registration, and then you have details surrounding that or the plan as to how to accomplish that sprint goal. So I think that should be more than enough for the team to get started, start doing their work, and it's all empirical evidence. So every day they'll talk through the daily Scrum and talk about the other events that are going to happen. But this seems to be like a really clear goal to me. So great job, Team 1. Let's go to Team 2.
Yeah, so for us, we really focused on one of our goals. And as you could see in our product backlog, it really wasn't an existing product. It's a buildup of a product or a service. So we started with our research market need. We're going to assume we're all covering all of those different items in our backlog. And the steps for that, we broke it down to, set up a market survey, segment the market data, distribute the found customer data through email, and review market research results and alter the product backlog. So that'll really advise us what we're going to do after that. The goal for us is really to learn what products or curations that our customers would find value in subscribing to our service for. And the value to us of this goal is that we're gaining knowledge on the right products to include in our service.
Awesome. I think, very clear to the point, and exactly this is the goal, and you're learning about it, and it's a different product than like, a sort of a service as well, right? Whether we're going to provide the service or not. And that's a great way to start. Awesome. Sheila and Team 2, thank you for that. Another great goal over there. Team 3.
Yeah, so for Team 3, we decided to focus on the sizing and the initial infrastructure of the robot. So our sprint goal is to create the internal infrastructure first, sort of build it, that prototype. And we broke it down into incremental sizes of creating the electrical system and the mechanical system, making sure that there is a hardware and get started on the coding, decide on the exterior materials, especially for the arms and the limbs and the features of the robot.
Awesome. Another clear goal here. Very, very, pleased with the way that, you have started with this, and each one of you has created a very clear, specific goal. And I think majority of the teams that I work with don't even have a goal. I mean, I'm surprised that, they don't even have a goal. They just all are rushing to see what work can I do? Let's just get out of the sprint planning and start doing our work. That creates chaos. That creates silos. This is the reason why you need to have a clear, specific sprint goal. And those 3 questions will lead you to have an effective sprint backlog. And that's what you have done here. So fantastic job. First of all, a round of applause for everyone for doing an amazing job on this. Great job, everyone. Great job. Awesome. So that is the conclusion of our sprint planning. And that is the conclusion of our simulation also. So time for celebration to do or celebrate multiple things here, right? Completion of simulation, completion of the artifacts today, completion of these 2 events in Scrum, all the overview of events and sprint planning. Awesome. So that leaves us with 3 more topics, which is developers, daily Scrum sprint review and sprint review and sprint retrospective. We will also pick up on the conversation that we had about the Scrum Master service to the product owner, developers, and the organization. So that actually, those are the only things that we have left at this point of time. And so tomorrow we'll pick up on all of those conversations. And based on what we are going to have, we're going to set aside some time for some open-ended questions, talk about the test and what to expect, and networking if you're interested. All of those things can happen tomorrow. Yes. Question?
Yes. I put it in the chat because I was too shy to say it out loud, but you haven't seen it, so now I have to speak again. So I was asking, like, when I'm just gonna read out. So when a backlog keeps getting new items, and therefore, like, the refinement makes the highest priorities keep changing, which makes the medium and low items getting stuck at the bottom. How the product owner is supposed to deal with it? Because then it keeps accumulating, and there are some medium, low, important priorities that's not getting it's never done. And just,
Yeah, so the product owner is constantly making those decisions based on, their discussions with the stakeholder sponsors and customers. Now, the this is the reason why we never use the term high priority, low priority, medium priority. So the problem with, you already see that, right? People will always push low priority items to the bottom. This is the reason why we always look at the now sequence of the product backlog items. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but the sequence can change, that order can change, but we are always working on the highest priority or sequentially higher ranked product backlog items all the time. That's why we do the ordering system rather than the priority. I mean, remember, I think, I asked you that question yesterday and somebody said, what are some of out of these 100, which ones are important? Everything is important. Like if we say, how many of our highest priority, they'll say 98 high priority, 1 medium and 1 low. So you'll never be able to get to those things. But even if you have multiple low priority items, it's going to be difficult to do that. That's why, to avoid that confusion, we're always working sequential order or rank order from a product backlog perspective.
But still, the issue is not tackled fully in the sense of like, even though it's ranked, like items might slide into ranks existing ranks, and then therefore the same issue is going to rise.
Right, but then we respect the decisions of the product owner, right? It's the product owner is having conversations with multiple people, and all these people are making sure that the product owner represents them in a right way, and all of those things are evident in the product backlog. And there may be a reason why they're not like, taking a side or they are intentionally doing anything. There may be a real reason for product owner to decide our rank order in a way. So this avoids all of that confusion of, somebody pushing for their own agenda, politics, and all of those things from a product perspective. This is where you need to talk to the Scrum Master should teach the product owner about the product backlog refinement and what the priorities. Maybe, start off with like Moscow method, must-haves, should-haves, could-haves, would-haves. But within that, then you can also rank order them, sequentially order them. So there's a lot of different techniques that you could use. Yeah.
I'll see that with my manager then.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have more conversations as you go through it. Low priority tasks at the start eventually become a priority if not done at some point. Then, but yeah, it's a constant, it's emerging, right? It's a dynamic list. So it's never going to be like, well, I'm once done this sprint, I'm done with it. It always is constantly changing, and you never know there's, things that can come up always. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes that can also happen because that's okay, because that's what the decision that we have done. So there's no right answer in this one. It is all depends on your work and the things that you do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Any other questions before we do our retrospective for the class? All right. So let's just take a couple of minutes to talk about what are all the things that you liked today and what can we do tomorrow to improve our experience or make it even better. And just put a couple of points here. And I guess, I think from the Prism point of view, I saw that a lot of you have provided 5-star reviews and all of that. That is great. But I think, this is all for all of us to make sure that, we improve our experience in the classroom. That is important. So what are the things that you liked and what could we do differently tomorrow to improve our experience? So I'm going to give you 1 minute, 30 seconds. So if you're finishing up a thought, go ahead and finish that. So for tomorrow, if you want to take a look at the Scrum Master checklist for you to just review as homework, that's something that you can look into. Remember, I gave you that at the beginning of the class. It's also on the Google Drive. It's the scrummasterchecklist.org that you may want to look at it just to get familiarized yourself with the services of the Scrum Master. And I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Have a nice night. All right, sir. That was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.